Present. Dora Soto Delgado,
Present.
Jasmine Chavez Diaz,
Present.
Isela Castañon,
Present.
Chicanda Rodriguez Padilla.
Present.
And we have Dean Cochran and Jen Kelson are not here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Item B, Pledge of Allegiance. We don't have a student today. Okay, so Mr. LaFarge, can you do it for us?
All right. Ready to get.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on to adoption of the agenda. Dr. Vegas, are there any items to pull?
We do. I'm going to ask that we pull item 16A3. And we also have a correction for item 16.4A. Change the agreement end date to March 19, 2025.
2025?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, are there any items to pull? Okay, I need a motion. So moved.
Second.
So moved by Mrs. Mejia, seconded by Mr. Contreras. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Dr. Marino will abstain. Yeah, thank you. All right, moving on to item 7, reports of actions taken in closed session.
There's no reportable actions from closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8, while you're here. All right, so we are here for item 8, recognition of the Rancho High School varsity cheer team. Dr. Gabe.
Come on, let me hear it. Let me hear it. There we go. It is such a great pleasure for me as a superintendent to have the honor to be able to say congratulations for what you have accomplished as a team. Being a champion is no easy feat. To be able to win things and to be undefeated. I mean, it rarely happens in the career of any athletes, and so you guys have been able to do that. So it's such with such great pride that we are here today to recognize this amazing accomplishment. It's a testament of your talent, your ability to work together as a team, and your ability of your coaches to support you and to have the acumen to come together and compete at high levels. And so many things have to happen, right? And you made it happen. Give yourselves a big round of applause. And it's not enough. It's not said about the support of the parents. And so parents, I want to congratulate you because, you were the ones that had to take the students, probably since they were very young, to various rehearsals and practices and coaching and tournaments and all kinds of things that had to happen, to get to this level of performance at this high level. So parents, let's give our parents a big round of applause as well. And so with that, I just want to say congratulations to you. I know that we have a representative from the high school who is here. Who's here today from the high school that's going to be recognizing our students? Do we have the reading of the awards? Okay. And we'll be calling out names. Will I be calling out the names? I will be the one calling out the names. Yay. I get the recognition to do that, the ability to do that. So as we call your names, we are going to ask you to get your certificate, and I would like for them to come on up, or would you like to have the message from the board first?
Yeah, just the board, just because of that, when they, they get off the exam.
Awesome.
So really quick, we'll just take some quick comments from the board. We'll start this way. Dr. Marino.
I want to cheer every cheerleader in this room simply because I'm so familiar with cheerleading and the hard work that you have put to make this happen. This is history, obviously. Back in my previous life, my daughter was in cheer, and so I know what it takes to get this far. Congratulations.
Mr. Varga.
It's just exciting to, win a CIF championship. You guys are awesome. Social media told us your story along the way. We followed, we liked, we loved the post. So just congratulations on a job well done. You guys deserve it.
Mr. Contreras?
I'd like to congratulate the Rancho Competitive Cheer Squad and the coaching staff for the undefeated season and numerous awards along the way, including state champions, national champions, and CIF champions, which are all first in our school's history. So you guys deserve a big clap for that. Well, being to many of the competitions, I'm extremely proud of each and every one of you being there. You battled through adversity, you learned to stick together as a team and overcome all obstacles to the best and remain the best throughout the entire season. I'd like to congratulate the coaching staff for their volunteering, hard work, and dedication, which proved worthy of their efforts given on the mat by our scholar athletes. You've all helped to create the program that is well known throughout the southern section and beyond. And I personally would like to take time to congratulate Coach Missy for being named CIF Coach of the Year. I don't know if that was. And that's something that's noted upon, I believe, by the fellow colleagues, the other coaches that are within the Southern Division. So that's a great accomplishment and congratulations to her. And this only helps solidify the positive impact that she has made on the program and most importantly on our student athletes. So congratulations to each and every one of you. Especially to my daughter, I love her very much. Great job.
Mrs. McHugh?
Oh my goodness, congratulations, you guys are scholar athletes, CIF state champions. So appropriate because it's Women's History Month, and you guys, it's appropriate because you guys did it. So just very, very, very proud of you and your coaches, your parents for all the support that they give you. I'm hoping that the school has something really special planned for you when they do the banner, like a reveal, drop. Make it big. Let's make it big because it's such a great accomplishment.
We definitely want to be there during that time.
Yes, absolutely. So congratulations once again. You guys are amazing.
Echoing what my colleagues have said, you guys are breaking ground. You're literally setting the expectation, right? That you perfected your skill that you were state champions. And actually about 2 weeks ago, Dr. Vegas and I went to a Schools to Watch conference. It was in Monterey Bay. Had never met this individual and I asked her to take a picture. And she's like, oh, what district are you? I'm like, oh, around here. She's like, oh, you have a really good cheer team. I'm like, yeah, we're state champions. But thank you for putting us on the map. Thank you to the coaches. That is a lot of work, but we're just so proud of you. So thank you.
Okay, so when you hear your name, please come up on that side to get your certificate and then come up here and we'll have you line up for the picture. So first, Bella Zárate. Cristo Villaseñor. Brianna Villa. Valerie Valenzuela. Linda Roman. Melanson Rios. Lenin Perez. Victoria Lopez. Julian Lares. Carmen Herrera. Celeste Gutierrez. Lily Gomez. Diana Flores. Andrea Contreras. Alison Campos. Anika Cedes. Alyssa Barragan Valdez. Olivia Barragan. Elijah Otterville. And that is our Atlanta champion.
One, two, three. Okay, ready? One, two, three. Okay, thank you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
I forgot to mention, there was three, and I know Vicky was one of them, there was three that are all CIF. Can I get the three to stand up, please, so you can get recognition?
Thank you so much again, for everything. We're gonna move on to item 9, public comments items on the agenda. Dr. Davis.
Yes, we do have a few, and I just want to bring a highlight to our different people that are with us today. In terms of public comments, really important part of what we do to hear from the community as they have concerns. But I just want to read a little section of a statement that's here on our agenda, and it says, the board welcomes this agreement, but it is important that this agreement be expressed in a meaningful and respectful manner. Speakers should not make personal attacks on other individuals. To promote these goals, we ask that everyone be courteous, patient, and respectful while others are speaking. Each speaker should feel free to express his or her viewpoint freely, but in a courteous and respectful way, speaking concisely and within the allotted time, which is 3 minutes. Okay, so we do have some speakers, and first we have Andrea Contreras.
Okay. Good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet members, and community members. My name is Andrea Contreras, and I am a junior at Rancho High School. I came up here today to talk about our amazing cheer program, but more specifically, my cheer coach, Melissa Lascano. In my English class, we were asked to write a speech about a person who has left a mark on our individual selves, and I chose to write about my coach. So here it is. Making your mark. It is said that you make it by becoming someone famous or by doing something impressive or unusual. Many people think about bigger people such as Martin Luther King Jr. or Rosa Parks who greatly had an impact on the world. But today I'm going to talk about someone who had an impact on me. I met this person my freshman year coming into high school, and within these last 3 years of knowing her, she has impacted my life dearly. This person is my cheer coach, Melissa Lascano, also known as Coach Missy. Going into high school, I had the bright idea of trying out for the cheer team with no expectations that I would actually make the team. I had asked my coach why I made the team since I had nearly no cheer experience, and she answered me with, I see potential in you. This flew right by my head because I did not have the passion for the sport at the time. So, what is a coach? It is said that coaches help clients to define and achieve their goals and objectives, and their ultimate goal is to help people develop and improve performances. Coach Missy has checked all of these boxes and so much more. My freshman year, she taught me how to better myself. She saw something in me that I did not know was there. After many long nights and lectures and hard practices, we slowly started to improve as a team. My sophomore year, she led the Rancho cheer team to our very first win in a long while.
She was the reason our cheer team began to make history. Yes, a selected 15 girls are the ones performing on the mat. Sorry. But she is the brain behind it all. She dedicates not only her time, money, and patience to our team, but she also dedicates her life to coaches. She has stepped up to the role of being almost a second mom, but most definitely the third tia everybody has. Coach Missy has a passion for coaching, and it has shown through the many wins we have earned these last 2 years. On Saturday, January 20th, Coach Missy and the Rancho cheer team made history. We were the first Rancho cheer team to ever win CIF, and not to mention we also won nationals and a state title, and went undefeated all season. Good job, girls. This has made an impact to not only the team, our community, and individual selves, but the impact that this has made on not only the team, our community, and our individual selves is beyond out of this world. And this is because Coach Missy is strong-willed and has pushed us because she believes in every single one of us. I know there are many coaches out there who only care about winning games or competitions, but Coach Missy has always told us that as long as we go out there and do what we do, the best we can possibly do, she will be proud of us. It doesn't matter what our score is or what place we get. When she sees a good performance, she will tell us. This is one of my favorite things about Coach Missy is that she will always give us the hard truth when it is needed to be said. Coach Missy is not just my coach for cheer, but she is also one of my biggest supporters. I also do track on my off season, and as well as other girls on my team, and Coach Missy would take the time out of her day to go watch us do our events. She would take us snacks and cheer us on from the sidelines as she has always done for us. The love I have for Coach Missy is indescribable. She is definitely one of my favorite people, and I would support her. Oh my God. I would support her the way she always supports my team and I. So
That comes from me, Mama. Go ahead.
So that being said, making your mark doesn't mean you have to be world famous or have an impact on thousands of people. It can simply be about being a coach the way Coach Missy gets to that role. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Christine Saavedra.
Sorry. I also have, part of it is, not on the agenda. Do you want me to just go or come back?
No, it's okay to do it now.
Okay, I just wanted to say, on behalf of the students that are graduating, thank you from our Rancho High School. I saw it on the agenda. So excited. A lot of those students, well, all of those students were COVID kids. They had their drive-through promotions in 8th grade. Now they're finally getting something. I wanted to also address that, we need to do right by these kids that are graduating and the rest of the kids at El Rancho. There's about 2,000 students and we only have 2 safety officers right now. When there was fights and problems, everybody, and I'm gonna go ahead and point the finger. Everybody showed up and everybody was there on pass-ins and helping with traffic and helping with the students. And as soon as that dials down, it seemed like everybody forgot about it. Every few months, I feel like I'm Bernie Sanders, like I am once again here. I am once again here to talk about school safety. We need to move and we need to move quickly because all these students here deserve a safe environment in which to study, in which to thrive. There's great things going on at El Rancho. El Rancho has a pep club after school that's helping students, that's taking them on field trips, that's not costing us a dime. And there's great accomplishments being done all the time by our students. Decathlon, I believe tomorrow they're gonna lead to their state competition. So we really need to look and see how we can do better. One school safety officer for 1,000 students is not enough. There's no way, no how. You can go during lunch and you'll see all the administrators are out there. Lunch is probably getting cold on their desk, but they're all out there helping the kids. After school, it's the same thing. And if you want to go to STEAM, you want to go to North Park during their lunches as well, and you'll see it too. So let's not wait for something bad to happen.
for something really bad to happen, because I'm sure there's a lot of stuff going on that we don't see, that you don't see. I've asked before if there's any certain metrics that maybe Ms. Delgado gets. How many fights, how many times does this happen? That we could know. We as parents, we wanna know too. I'm sure as students, they wanna know as well. It's just like the crime stats that they give, the sheriffs and the city. We wanna make sure we're safe and we're being in a safe environment. So, I'm gonna come back here again every single month until something happens, because it seems like every time we're gonna work on it, we're gonna fix it, and it quiets down and everybody forgets about it. So I hope that I see, you superintendent soon out there with the kids. Come during lunch, you will come after school. That's when, more support is needed. Board president as well, you're also invited. Thank you.
Kayla Roman.
Good morning, esteemed board members. My name is Kayla Roman. I'm a freshman at El Rancho High School and a member of the El Rancho varsity cheer team. I'd like to take a few minutes to voice the impact that this cheer season has had on me. As an incoming freshman, I was encouraged by my former coach to try out for the El Rancho cheer team. She commended Coach Missy and praised the improvements she has made to the program. My goal was to make varsity. I made junior varsity instead, but I was taught to keep my head up in failure and my head down in success. So instead of giving up, complaining, or making excuses, I chose to keep working towards my goal. Coach Missy allowed me to put in the work and prove that I was an asset to this team. She believed in me and gave me a spot on varsity. Hard work, accountability, and self-respect. These are qualities that Coach Missy has shown me and triumphed in the face of adversity. Although I may not have known Missy for as long as most of these girls, she has always welcomed me on this team with open arms. Through her experience and guidance, I surpassed my initial goal by going undefeated, being a CIS state and national champion for the first time in El Rancho High School history. I like to thank my teammates, coaches for believing in me and for an unforgettable season. This team's bond is like no other. The recognition from the school board is humbly appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have Patty Contreras.
I was gonna write a speech, but didn't do it. You just speak up. So good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and community members. I'm here as an extremely proud parent of not only my daughter, but this whole team and their coaching staff. These girls, want to share, these girls work so hard. I know a lot of people, I know my boys tease my daughter all the time that cheer is not a sport. Cheer is definitely a sport. And now that they have their title, CIF champs, it is a sport and no one can take it away from them. These girls, I believe, work harder than some of the other sports out there. During the summer, it's nonstop. Our lives for cheerleading kind of stop because they're always practicing, whether it's during the day or at night. But their dedication is always there. The coaches, always there with them. Coach Missy, Coach Val, Coach Deanne, Coach Maggie, and Coach Derek are wonderful people. They're always there by their sides. They're not only coaches, but they're also role models for them. And they stick up for them. They talk to them. At school, they always do grade checks. All of these girls, I believe out of 19 girls, they're all over 4.0s. So they're all scholar athletes. They've all been on principal's honor roll. And you don't get that much. With all the time and dedication that these girls put on the mat, it's unbelievable. They worked so hard last year. They made it almost to CIF. They made it to CIF. Unfortunately, we had an accident, but these girls never stopped. They continue all the time. never fails, and this year they went undefeated. So proud. Every time we go out there, you know, this last time when we were at nationals, I was walking, wearing my Rancho gear, because I always have my Rancho gear, supporting the girls, and people would stop and say, wow, that's El Rancho. Those girls are good. And to get that from other schools is amazing. But this all goes back to the coaches. The coaches are the one. Coach Missy is amazing. As you heard my daughter say, she's like a tia everybody loves. And that's exactly what she is, because she works so hard with them. A lot of these girls are juniors, and believe it or not, Coach Missy right now, she's working with all of these girls, trying to get everything situated so they can start on scholarship, letters of recommendation, and think about college. What coach does that? Aside from doing all the choreographing and everything else, she is a great coach, beyond proud of her. These girls would not be able to do it without her and her coaching staff. Makes it, I feel I feel a lot of comfort also having that Coach Derek is there, because there's a male watching every single one of these girls, and they do not leave until the last girl is picked up. And I greatly appreciate it, and I just want to say congratulations to Coach Missy for getting Coach of the Year. That's awesome.
Thank you. Then we have Malu Harigi.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Malu Harigi. I am the mother of Bella Sarate, captain of the El Rancho varsity cheer team. I would like to take a minute of your time to personally congratulate every single member of our varsity cheer team, including our coaching staff. Your hard work and dedication to this team and to this sport has paid off, and you deserve every bit of the praise and recognition that you have received. Every single one of you, including your coaches, has carried yourselves with poise and dignity throughout the season, despite facing much adversity. I want to also express my gratitude to our head coach, Melissa Lozano, and all of our coaching staff, including our AD, Ms. Martinez. It is through their hard work and dedication that our daughters have made history this season. It is hard to put into words the amount of love that our girls have for each other and for their coaches. This coaching staff has created a safe and loving environment where each and every athlete is encouraged and motivated to thrive and reach their full potential. The determination of our coaching staff goes far beyond coordinating a championship routine, which took a ton of hard work and grit. But they have also worked hard behind the scenes to help raise the adequate funds that our team needs to purchase equipment, hire trainers, choreographers, and buy apparel. Our coaches have done an amazing job of being innovative and creative with our fundraisers to help offset the out-of-pocket costs for parents. Just for reference, the average cost is between $2,500 to $4,500 a year per cheerleader to compete in the varsity cheer team. But thanks to the hard work and commitment to raise funds, the parents and this team pay much, much less out-of-pocket fees than most other schools. We truly can't thank you enough for helping guide our scholar athletes towards the enormous success this season. And also a huge thank you to our family and friends who support our children, who participate in all our fundraisers, and who donate constantly throughout the year. We couldn't do it without your love and support. And finally, to my fellow parents, to this entire group of athletes, and to all of our coaching staff, it has been an honor and a privilege to be a part of this cheer family.
Thank you. That concludes the part.
Sumu, thank you so much. Those were beautiful speeches, by the way, so just thank you. Moving on to item 10, public comments, items not on the agenda, yellow comment cards, Dr. Villegas.
Yes, we do. We have a few. I'd like to start with Diana Lemos. I believe she would be online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, community members, parents, students. District staff and superintendent, cabinet, and board members. I am here this evening to share my concerns about what is happening in this district. Students and staff safety is a major issue. I have come to you previously and asked that you please hire more school police. Now I come to you demanding that you take action and hire more SSOs and school police. There have been incidents that have directly affected my kids' safety. Without putting my personal matters publicly at this moment, I need you to understand that the safety of my children is in your hands during school hours. The safety of all students and staff is in your hands. I'm sure you don't play when it comes to your kids, so don't play when it comes to mine and ours. We are down to 2 school police when we should have at least 4. We want our school police to be post-certified so that they can be properly trained to do their job and are kept up to date with current policies. This is not a joke. Bring your kids to the district if you think you're doing such a fine job. Superintendent, I have given you a chance. I have brought my concerns to you and you just aren't cutting it. One of these positions has been vacant for a year now, and you are not moving in the right direction. Why is the chief of police never on any of the sites? We need a chief of police who is visible instead of always in the office. When you decided not to hire Officer Gomez as chief, you had an obligation to district to hire somebody who would do at least as good of a job as Officer Gomez did when he was acting chief, and you have failed in that obligation. Your anti-police mentality isn't working here. Take it elsewhere. We need you to do this for everyone's safety. Do what you must, make arrangements, figure it out. This isn't a game. It's our kids and your staff. It's about time you do right by them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Prado.
Well, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am calling in because I am also concerned about the safety officers on campus. I have a son who's going to be starting high school next year, and to know that only 2 officers are looking over every high school student is not enough. There's no way that they can possibly be effective with only 2 officers on campus. We need to get those positions filled. And the positions that are filled, they need to be trained. They need to be certified. They need to be continuously trained so that they are not rusty in what they are doing because they're so busy worrying about just controlling chaos. We need to be ahead of it instead of reacting. We need to be proactive about this so that our kids are safe. I am very concerned about the fact that we only have 2 in the entire school district. We have 3 middle schools and a high school. How are they possibly keeping all of our students safe with only 2 officers? It can't happen. They should be trained, they should be certified, and the chief of police that we have hired should be the first contact when there is a problem. He shouldn't be having to find out from anybody else other than being the first point of contact so that he can be the one to initiate the plan. Finding out 2, 3, 4 people down the road is too late. So I am begging you as a parent of 5 students in this school district that we really seriously look into these safety officers and really get the ball rolling and push to get those positions filled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. And we have Ms. Contreras, Patty Contreras.
Hello again. I'm gonna sound like a broken record because I'm gonna speak the same thing that they just spoke about, is the SSOs and the chief of the police. The high school has over 2,000 kids, and to only have 2 SSOs on campus is ridiculous. I just saw a video this morning about a school in Riverside that a little girl got beat up. And they were the parents and everybody was asking, where were the adults? Where were they? You know, if that happened at our school, they're going to question, where are the adults? Well, there's no adults. They're not there. You know, that's simple. We're supposed to have 5 SSOs at the high school plus 2 senior SSOs. Is that what I believe that's what they're called. And we don't have any of that. We only have 2 SSOs. And right now they're working overtime because they only work 5 hours. They're only entitled to work 19.75 hours a week. That's ridiculous. Who wants to work 19.5 hours? I don't. You can work at Chick-fil-A and get more money. It's ridiculous. You can work at In-N-Out and get more money. Nobody's gonna wanna apply for that. And also the search engines, where are they posting? Where are these jobs posting? You know, I only see it on Enjoy. Where else are they posting? How are we getting people here? Do we not have a contract with Rio Hondo? Do they not have an academy there that maybe we can collaborate and work together? That maybe some of those students, because from my understanding, a lot of the classes are online. They don't have to be in person. So that would be a great way to use resources and have people apply and work at our school. They're already going in through that field. Why not have them at our schools? We need to work together. Rio Hondo's there, ELAC's there, Cerritos College, I'm sure everybody else. Why don't we blast it out there where they could see it? It's ridiculous that we have to go through the safety of our children. Who's taking care of them? Who's protecting them? I mean, I might say, you know, it's nice when they have like the dogs come around and stuff like that, sniffing or whatever, but what about the safety? Who's gonna protect them? We have 2 deans, we have an assistant principal, and like they mentioned, Ms. Saavedra mentioned that all the counselors, all the SSOs, the deans, the administrators are out there during lunch. Who's taking care of the office? Who's getting the phone calls if they're all out there? We need more people and we need it now. We can't wait for something to happen. We need to protect all of these girls right here. We really do. Thank you.
And then I have, Ms. Savannah, did you want to speak at this point or no, in the labor report? Okay, thank you. So that concludes our public comment.
Awesome, thank you so much. So moving on to item 11, Labor Association reports. We'll start with ERFT, Ms. Carrion.
Yes.
Parents? Yeah, we do. Yes. Over there, maybe right there. I think that'd be good right there.
All right, let's do a quick huddle. Let's try to get all the parents and students on that corner. Just one quick picture. All the parents, students on that corner. That's perfect. Against the wall, just everybody together, all family.
I tried. Tony. No. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
That's not a good thing. I need to dress up more often.
What a wonderful achievement. Girls, back there and then one back there. Girls, we have you guys go back there and then.
How are you, ladies?
How are you? I was waving at you, but you didn't see me.
My sister told me she sat next to you once and you thought it was you.
And I was like, wait. Oh. I was like, here. It's like, she was so. And your twins, yeah? Okay, really quick, thank you. I know.
All right, thank you again for coming. Thank you. All right, Lil.
I know we're on this.
Yeah, it's okay, thank you.
Good evening, Arancho Community. I'm the president of Arancho Federation of Teachers. It's interesting, the parents and I didn't communicate, but our issue is about safety. I've been beating a dead horse about this. I did request some information from the district regarding the role of the chief of police. And it was interesting that the information that I received, there wasn't a MOU that stated at the time what the responsibilities of the chief of police were until my fellow sister sent me a document that came out in 2003, right?
Yes.
2003. And I thought, it's kind of saddened me that when I requested it, the document wasn't available, and shame on us to not know what the responsibility is of the chief of police. The other issue, and I brought this up in cabinet, because I think a lot of you know that I won't air any dirty laundry, that I'll talk to you privately, but I'm really bothered that we're now in the end of March and we still are not fully staffed with police officers. It's March. We're going in spring break on Friday. When are these individuals going to be hired? It's ridiculous. And now you have parents mad. I've given you guys a heads up, right? I've been telling you, get the people on campuses. 2 individuals to take care of this whole district. And you know very well what's been going on at our middle schools and our high schools because the behaviors are a little wonky at that age level. But please get rolling. By the time we do the interviews, by the time you get the people in place, school is over. So at least we're gonna have the people during beginning of summer and the beginning of the school year. But please make this a priority. We've been very lucky that we haven't had a tragedy here. Because you know, around the country, even the best schools were having issues. Let's not be one of those statistics. Bargaining, we did begin bargaining with the district. We've had, at the beginning, it was kind of rocky because we were not happy with the 2%. We reconvened and we received another offer. We're moving slowly to what we think is acceptable for our members. We're very concerned that next year is going to be a difficult time financially, and we prefer to get the most we can now rather than trying to get it another year. And the reason being is because of the finances being so unstable that we feel that our membership feels that we need to get the most we can now to prepare for what the downfall may be next year. And that's why we really are not trying to bargain ourselves for the following year. We like to stay with this school year, get as much as we can for our members and for the employees, and then think about what we need to do next year. So hopefully the board and the district will give its employees what they richly deserve. I know I've said in the past of how many years we've gone without raises. We're finally trying to make up some headway. Today I had a union meeting. Is that the right word? Headway, okay. I have great words in my head and then they come out wonky. But I had a union meeting and one of my members said that, you know, at the time we were in the middle, we suck it up, you know, we try to help the district. We're now at the end of the career and we're hoping to make up what we lost in the 2010s to try to make it up now as many of us are finishing out our careers here, okay? So the last item is the articles of special ed. We really believe that we need to get some type of article in our contract, and the reason being is that we don't have anything that says what are the responsibilities of our special ed members and what are the responsibilities of the district. And that has been a problem. And the district has been able to push things because we don't have anything to fight on based on our contract. We only have a couple of sentences really in our contract that says what the responsibilities of special ed is. And it isn't responsibilities. It basically says you get 5% on your salary for having the certification of being a special ed person. That's all we really have. If you look at the general ed teachers and counselors, it specifically says what the responsibilities are. We don't have that for our special ed members. So that's why we want to get an article and we want to get it this year. We may not get everything because it's a work in progress, but as long as we could get into the contract and build on it, that is the way to go. All right, and I just wanted just a couple of highlights. North Park had a winter wonderland. They have food and games for their kids. They just had a book fair. North Ranchito had pictures. North Ranchito and South Ranchito are doing pictures with the bunny rabbit. Bernie had awards for AR. Rivera had Read Across America. They had all these different decorations for the event. Rancho High School, we saw that we honored the strong women who won state or decathlete kids. And also Rancho's doing reading, different activities regarding reading, like libros on the lawn. They're having the assembly of Get Lit, adult school. They're preparing to move to the new site. As one person said, Eleanor Cho is going away, and now we're having the Adult School Center. Salazar is graduating 24 kids on Friday, hooray. And then Durfee had 8th graders come and read to their students, and it seems like the kids really enjoyed it. They had a celebration for the kids who had no ODR, is that right? ODR for good behavior. And finally, I just want to say on behalf of ERT, have a great spring break. Those of you who are Catholic or Christian, happy Easter. And always thank you. It's a time to reflect on the good things. And I have to say the good things as we have great employees. We work well with cabinet and the board. And thank you and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Carrion. Mr. Mano? Oh my God, Serrano.
Good evening, board, cabinet, community, teachers, and CSA members. What else could I say other than I agree with everyone that's been coming up here and talking about school safety? I think that was one of the first things I talked about when I was here, shaking in my voice and talking about school safety. When are we gonna see it? We already agreed to senior SSO. As far as my understanding, we're supposed to have 4 school police officers. And that's not including the chief. These are 5th. So we do need to move on this. I'm there in the front lines, seeing fights, seeing threats. I've heard so many. The bottom line is we need to take care of our kids. We have great students coming up. I mean, look at where John and I are right now. Why is that? Because we were safe at school. We were protected. We had great leaders before us. So we want to do the same for our children. I want to see the same for the kids that I help mentor, learn, educate. So we need to focus on that. And that's all I'm going to focus on, because this is what we need to do. We need to take care of our kids. It's our community. And before I leave, I think Mr. Janice is here and ready to speak.
Or what, sorry.
As the union leader.
Oh, okay. Is that under?
What?
But like for a CSCA?
No.
For Russell.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening. This is Sam Janice, ERUSD president. Good evening, board, superintendent, and cabinet. I feel the need that I need to support CSEA and ERFT. I know that those 2 associations have been here before, and I feel the need to support CSEA and ERFT again, but also for the ERUSD members. I told myself that when the decision was made to have labor reports come out on the agenda, that I would never speak. I guess I'm a good liar, but I'm here to speak in regards to the same issue. But my disclaimer, let me give you my disclaimer. I have no one to blame. It's one of those where if I go back to 2001, 2002 BC, when I was the dean, the same issues would come up. Always the same issues. There was issues of post, no post, armed, no armed, and it's been going on and on and on. And this is even before everyone here on the board. I think maybe Dr. Marino, I think we're the honorary members of AARP. So I think that, that she was around at the time. But again, things were going back and forth for many years. And it still continues in regards to whether is it going to be post, no post, or whatever it may be. But I think there needs to be a decision made as to what's going to happen. I've always been one that I'd like to see the district move forward. I come here because this is my second home. Even though I'm kind of semi-retired, it's still considered my second home. because I have a lot of care for this district. I still care for the district, even in my young age. I know that the safety of students has been brought up, and I don't wanna harp on that anymore. But I feel that if there's assistance that can come from the union partners in having to help out with this, you know, so be it. Let us know so we can be of assistance. But I think in the meantime, if there is a decision made, that we still need to support our school police department. The chief is part of the RASA. The school police officers are part of CSEA. And I feel that we need to support them, even though we're trying to make a decision. And I say we. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And it's good to be back.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to item 12, information items. Item A, presentation of the Vietnam Memorial Traveling Wall. Thank you for having me, Honorable Chairwoman and board members, Dr. Davis. Always good to see you. I wanted to, my name is Pamela Huber. I'm the Parks and Rec Director for the City of Pico Rivera, and we are bringing a very special memorial traveling wall to Pico Rivera in May. And what we wanted to do is just tell you just briefly a little bit about it. And then we wanted to ask a few favors from the school board to see if you could assist us with something in terms of curriculum and informing the children at the high school and in the middle schools. So Tony, I wasn't sure if you could help me with the slides, or is it this over here? Oh, perfect. Thank you, Tony. So we have we applied for this wall to come to Pico Rivera. It's a replica. It's a half-scale replica. And as you know, many of you know, there's 58,000 names on it. There's only 5 traveling walls in America, and it's very hard to get them to come to your community. And we were able to secure it not only for Pico Rivera, but to come for Memorial Day. So it's going to be really special. We can go to the next slide. We're going to be doing it at Smith Park. We'll be doing it in the baseball field 4. It's the perfect field because it's contained. And just so everybody knows that week we will not be having programming. So our sports field will not be programmed. Everything will be quiet because we had to commit to a solemn environment. The playgrounds will not be utilized. And we'll be asking anybody who is making noise to be quiet out of reverence for that week. We will have security 24 hours a day. We will also, all of us will be out there 24 hours a day for 5 days. And we wanted to invite you to come out to volunteer if you'd like to. We have 3 special ceremonies that I'll talk about real quickly, and you're all invited to be VIPs at those ceremonies on Friday night, Saturday night, and of course on Memorial Day. Next slide. The opening ceremony is Friday evening at 6:30. We have really wonderful speakers that are scheduled already. On Saturday night, it's more solemn, and that will be our candlelight ceremony. There are over 25 names from the class of like 1967 that passed away in Vietnam. It's really quite awful how many funerals that had to occur in Pico Rivera during that time. And so we have those family members who will be honored on that day. And we're also encouraging anybody in the community, if you know anybody, to come out, because on the Friday that they're building the wall, if you were able to turn in your paperwork on time, then your family will be able to put your actual tile of your loved one on the wall. If anyone's interested in also coming to those events or volunteering, please let me know. There's also a QR code there that you could, anybody in the audience could go on, and anybody who's listening can go on, but you could also just call me or text me. You could go to the next slide. Unfortunately, we're not able to get the high schoolers to volunteer. They make a requirement that they have to be 18 and older. So if you know anyone who are maybe in junior college, or maybe any of your children who are 18 or older, we'd love to have them. It's a really great experience for anyone. We have setups, greeters, walkers, overnight watch, tear down, and there's all sorts of opportunities. And then the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, 27. I said 25, and it's 27 men that died in Vietnam that came from Pico Rivera. We're also searching for Gold Star families. We found several of them.
Some of them don't want to be contacted, just so you know that as well. So if you don't see all of the families there, just know some have declined. Some we're still looking for and some we have found. And this is where we're outreaching. So we've worked with the library. We've worked with our librarian, and they will be doing a teen program and 2 adult programs, a lecture series and adult book club program. But what we have a Veterans Commission ad hoc, and they have asked me to come here to ask you if there's anything we can do to get the children involved. And so that's why I wanted to get your ideas, because we're trying to figure out if there's any way that maybe you could add something to the curriculum in the middle school and elementary schools, and in high school, maybe in April and May, as we prepare for the wall coming. I'm not sure what that would look like. I would put that on you as educators, but if there's something you can do with the history teachers, or encourage them to talk about Vietnam and what happened in Vietnam and what happened to our loved ones in Pico Rivera, it would mean a lot to the veterans in our community. So we have a memory of a program. That's what I was talking to you about. Unfortunately, the date has passed to submit deadlines, but we have about 20 different people who have submitted their names for Pico Rivera. And then the next slide. We have marketing. I'm not sure. I wanted to ask if you knew about it, because we've been trying our best to talk about it. And so we're hoping that the word is going out, and any advice you can give me to get the word out more. If there's anything you could do for us, maybe do an e-blast on your email. We would certainly appreciate it. And we'd appreciate the help. The next slide. Anyone who volunteers get a cool t-shirt. Everybody likes Pico Rivera swag. That's always fun. And so I just wanted to share that with you all too. And then the next slide. So that will be what it looks like. It's going to be quite beautiful. We are very proud and excited about it. And we just wanted to share the words with you all here tonight and see if you could help us by getting into some of the curriculum with the school districts, with the school district. I believe that's the last slide, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. We might have a couple, just sorry, really quick. Board, we'll start this way. Esther, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Yuga,
Of
for the
course.
wonderful presentation and for honoring our veterans. Just a couple of thoughts that I had was that some seniors are 18, so they might be able to
That would be great.
volunteer.
Perfect.
And I was just thinking of maybe tying it into our seal of civic engagement. You mentioned that there's 18 program with the library, so
Yes.
maybe an activity or that could be part of the to add to their seal civic engagement.
I have to deadline, the applications may be closed by that point, since we have to turn around the seal and order them and see if that makes sense.
I think that what I've seen is April 15th for the students to turn in their submission. So when is the date, right?
This is May 24th through the. We also are working with this organization. I'm going to say Girl Writing, Right Girl. I think that's what it's called. And they're going to be doing a like an essay, not an essay series. And so that will be done by that time. If we can connect with that, they could submit to that as well. I don't have all the information, but I'll have it more tomorrow. I could, if I could connect with one of you, would that be okay?
Great, it'd be a great opportunity for students.
Yes. I don't want to see a contest because it's not a writing contest. It's like an essay challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I had that also in mind as far as, the speech challenge or speech, maybe artwork,
Sure.
form of artwork, to get the arts in there, as far as the support is concerned, Pico Rivera has always been a strong military base, city, as well as, we support our police officers here, and I believe Officer Gomez is also a veteran, correct? So thank you for your service, sir. But definitely whatever support we can give, as far as, from coming from me, and I'd like to look into volunteering as well.
Oh, that'd be great.
And we also have, Mr. Janice, thank you for your service as well. And anyone else that served here.
If I can add one of our middle school. She's already shared your presentation with her social studies teacher.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, tell her thank you, or him, I don't know if it's her, tell her thank you very much.
So I mean, that's maybe there's the speech artwork and maybe, I don't know if we can do it, but like a military day or something where we honor our family members that are in the military or something. I don't know if that's
Love all
possible.
the ideas, thank you. Hector?
Same sentiments. Thank you so much for sharing and looking forward to attending it
Thank you.
and supporting in any way I can personally. I was wondering if it's open to our neighboring cities. to
Yes,
attend.
absolutely.
Perhaps we can ask the Boys and Girls Club to recruit volunteers for us
That's a great idea.
from Whittier
Yeah, that's a
to
wonderful
support
idea.
the event. But look forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marina.
You know, it is an honor here in Pico Rivera, our city, to be able to have such a beautiful display this in memory of those that we lost and the veterans that still live here in our city. I do have a question about inviting Vietnam veterans from neighboring cities to participate or to be here. I know it's open to everybody. Because I do know several from neighboring cities, Vietnam.
They're all welcome, all of them. Absolutely. We put out press releases encouraging them to come. And also inviting them to also to be part of the wall experience if they wanted to. And so, yeah, anyone you'd like me to reach out to, I'm happy to.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Sometimes they need depending, some of them are very sensitive and tender, and so if they need a phone call
Right.
or encouragement.
Right. And what a way to remember
Yes,
27 who gave their life for our freedom. Thank you.
right. And they were telling me that they were telling me today, class of 64, 65, 66, and 67, that there was at least 70 men drafted in each year. I mean, so we lost 27, but we really lost a lot of our adolescents during those 4 years because they didn't come back the same.
Yeah, I just want to, sorry, Dr. Ray.
Thank you for
So I used to live in DC, and that was one of the field trips, right? It was just, the wall was beautiful, and we used to align a lot of the curriculum. So I thank you for partnering with the school district. I think, I don't know what, departments, but I think it's a great way for the students to bring to life what they learn in the classroom. There's even math that can be involved with the wall.
Really?
So just, any resources or any way we can help, I will definitely volunteer any way I can help. But I just want to thank you for involving us and making this a community wide.
Yes, just one last comment. Ms. Soto, is there a list or do we have records of alumni, veteran alumni that we keep, or is there organizations from Rancho veterans or anything that we can maybe?
Not
reach
that
out
I'm aware of, but we may have something in archives from maybe the superintendent's office for having honored in the past.
And you know what we just received from the library is they just gave us the yearbooks from 1964 to 1967. So we have all the pictures of the graduates from those years, and we'll be blowing them up and putting them by the wall of the ones that we've lost.
Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. Good night. Have a good spring break to you all.
All right, moving on to item B, presentation on the interim assessment data. Dr. Vegas, do you want to take it from here?
Absolutely, yes, thank you so much. So our Ed Services team is going to be sharing some slides with, really a little bit of the background on the interim assessments and what interim assessments are. And it's really an attempt to make sure that our students are, that we know how they're learning, that we monitor what the growth is happening and how these assessments are used. It's one aspect of it. It's certainly not the entirety of how we monitor student achievement, but it's one aspect that gives us information so that we can make instructional decisions. And when I say we, I mean really at the school site level, at the teachers. And so what we're going to be sharing is the concept of how this works as it relates to our entire instructional program, a little bit of the data and some of the choices that have been made as a result of examining this data and analyzing it. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Dr. Villegas, board members, and El Rancho community. We're pleased to be here with you to share an overview of the purpose of our interim assessments, as well as to summarize data from the administration of the first 2 interims during this school year. Before beginning, we want to review the learning target for this evening. I can understand the purpose of our district interim assessments. Before launching into a review of the data, we believe it's essential to first establish some context for interpreting and analyzing the data. First and foremost, measuring student performance is complex. While assessments such as the one we will share today provide insight into student learning, it's important to keep in mind that they offer one measure of student performance at one moment in time. Children exist in a dynamic world and they demonstrate what they learn in countless ways throughout the course of any given school day. This slide provides an overview of where our interim assessments fit within a comprehensive assessment system. As indicated previously, measuring student performance is complex, and getting a true understanding of student learning requires the use of multiple measures. This visual illustrates the various types of assessment and the functionality they provide in supporting students within a tiered system of support. This evening, we will specifically examine interim assessments. Let's begin by reviewing the purpose of our interim assessments. Our interims provide an opportunity to assess student progress. These assessments are designated to gauge student understanding of the curriculum and standards up to the point in time. They provide feedback to teachers and administrators on student strengths and areas needing improvement. Our interim data serves to drive instruction by generating data that teachers can use to adjust instructional strategies and interventions. By analyzing the results, teachers can tailor their teaching methods to better meet the needs of individual students or groups of students. Finally, our interims help us prepare students for summative state assessments by exposing them to questions that are standard-based and are similar to those that they will encounter on state tests. Some additional considerations that we feel are important to mention when looking at the interim data are that when looking at the data, our main focus is on what can be learned from the data, not an overall performance. Even with the guidance on pacing, the truth is that since every classroom is different, there will be variation in when certain standards are covered. Therefore, teachers are asked to focus on items that address the standards which have been covered in their class up to that point. Next, interim assessments have continued to evolve over the years to be more aligned to what students will experience on state tests. Additionally, adjustments have been made throughout the year to implement teacher feedback, taking into consideration feedback on assessment length, item types, etc. Finally, we want to note that our ELA interim assessments are one more data point we use to reclassify English learners. Because these assessments are administered district-wide, it allows us to use them as additional reclassification criteria.
Good evening, school board. So we're now going to move ahead and look at some interim assessment data for grades 1 through 12. And what we're going to do is the next slide's going to show you a comparison between the first interim data and the second interim data. The first interim assessment was taken mid-October, and the second interim assessment just finished up at the end of last month. So as we look at the summary of the data, you will see a couple of trends. You're going to see that first, the secondary students are showing stronger mastery of the English language arts standards. However, performance seems to decline as we move up the standards, and we're noticing that that's probably due to the complexity of the standards as we move up. Next, at the elementary level, students are showing a stronger mastery of the mathematical standards. Additionally, on average, we are seeing growth from first interim, which will be represented in blue, to the second interim, which is represented in red. Finally, we will use this data to help identify students most in need of additional support so that we can support strategic efforts to intervene where needed most. We begin by looking at the data for grades 1 through 5 for both ELA and math. These numbers represent the percentage of students who scored meeting or exceeding standards overall. You'll notice significant gains in ELA from the first to the second interim.
Although the gains in math are not as significant, overall math performance started off a little higher in the first interim. Now we move on to the data for grades 6 through 8 for both ELA and math. Our middle school students show stronger performance in ELA overall. We can also note that overall there was a decline in overall performance from the first to the second interim in both ELA and math. Lastly, let's take a look at our data for grades 9 through 12. As with middle school students, our high school students also show stronger performance overall in English language arts. As you can see, there were gains at almost every grade level from the first to the second interim in both subject areas. Specifically, you see really strong growth in ELA 10th grade. Now, this timeline reflects the various ways that we are assessing our students and the various opportunities we are taking to analyze the data throughout the school year. So you see that we're not assessing our students only once or twice, and we're not assessing our students only in one area. We're using the interim assessment, which addresses the content standards in ELA and math. We're also using the screeners. We're getting whole child data. Ms. Loto Delgado's office also is using data. So we're using all these different data points to really measure the different aspects of a student. That red rectangle, that shows you where we are now. Where you see the interim 2 data analysis, that's where our teachers have the opportunity to meet in their PLCs, unpack the data, collaborate, and come up with a plan for our students that need the support. Please note that we review and analyze various data points throughout, there we go. And analyze various data points throughout the year to ensure that we are considering the needs of the whole child. So some additional reminders about the data we reviewed today. The data represents snapshots in time. As mentioned at the start of our presentation, our students demonstrate what they learn in countless ways throughout the course of any given school day. As we continue to develop a data-driven culture in ERUSD, we hope to emphasize that our data should not be used as an evaluative tool focused solely on overall performance, but instead should be used as a learning tool that drives decision-making and guides instruction as we continue to work diligently to identify students in need of additional support and to provide the most effective and nurturing learning environment for our students. As we end our presentation, we would like to take a moment to thank our amazing ERUSD teachers who work tirelessly to ensure that our students are able to meet grade level standards. We just wanted to share a couple of snapshots of our teachers at work, the different subject areas and our different teams that we collaborate throughout the district throughout the year. And we thank you for your time and are ready to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So we'll start this way. We'll do 2 questions. Dr. Marina?
Okay. Well, I want to start by saying thank you for putting all this together, compiling the data. I know this board constantly keeps asking for data numbers where our students. It is refreshing to see that, the numbers moving. Although I'll tell you right now, elementary, ELA, our lowest group is 3rd grade. And we all know that by 3rd grade, our students better be proficient and be meeting standards if we expect them to be successful throughout the rest of their school experience. So, it is good to see, and it's really at the same time opening here to see that, there's work to be done here. Not to mention that, of course, in the other grades as well. Just a quick question. So in the middle schools, what grade would indicate that a student will struggle as they move on to high school? For 3rd grade, we know that the reading fundamentals and the math should be in place, the basics. But for the middle schools, what indicators are there that would help you identify those students that are not meeting standards? Because here we're looking at those that are meeting or exceeding. But I'm concerned about those students that are not. Because those are the ones that I know that as you go through this data, the teachers will target with interventions.
In terms of ELA? Yeah. So in terms of ELA, what we would look at the seventh grade, that's one of the big, and we would look at this and layer it with the screener also. Sorry, so we would look at the standard space and we would layer it. I would look at the seventh grade and I would layer the standards one with the screener to see, is it the standard and have the reading comprehension level, where are they measuring it up? Measuring, because the first interim and the second interim, they're measuring different standards. So that's the other piece too, right? The complexity of the standards might be a little different. So I would look at both pieces, but I would really hone in on the seventh grade, that middle grade, because there is a bit of the transition at sixth grade. So there's gonna be a little bit of dip sometimes. But I would look at more closely at seventh grade. It's a big indicator.
But my final comment is, it is true, this is not an overall performance of the student, but more an informative for teachers to know to target instruction. I wish we had something like this back in the day when I was in the classroom, because all we had were the state tests and that was it. And by then it was too late.
It's summative, right?
It is, yeah, just the summative test, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaFarga?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I apologize if I start coughing. I just want to build on some of the comments of Dr. Marino, because you do see some grade levels where you see the big disparity. I was just interested also, like, do we look at this year over year? Like, are we having those same challenges in those age groups, or those grade levels when it comes to these assessments?
So a couple of variables, the assessments have changed over the years. So sometimes it's apples to oranges. And then sometimes you'll see, hey, third grade was great this year. And guess what? Next year, fourth grade was great. And the year after that's fifth grade, you have a really strong cohort, right? Of students that move up. So sometimes the assessment changes. That's one of the points that we made, is that we've tried to evolve our assessment because we're trying to do a couple of things. One is a reclassification tool. Another is we wanted to mirror what the CAS looks like, so that our kids, when they take that test in May or April, it's not brand new. They're comfortable with the tools. They're comfortable with the type of question, like the constructive response. Our kids really struggle, not as much now, but they used to struggle with multiple correct responses. Our kids are so used to one right answer, right? And so when the question says, which two of the following answers can be correct? That was hard for them because they're used to the one. So we want to have them have some practice with that. So we do track data, but sometimes there are those variables.
They're variables.
And if I could add to that, it's also it's a formative assessment, right? So it also helps us inform the instructional practice. So as teachers look at this, they mainly look at what is it that they need to adjust in their instruction so that they can be a little bit more successful with the students.
So I might have taught it one way last year. My kids scored here, but now I learned from that. So I'm teaching with a different lesson. So my kids are going to do better. And the other part might be, so as a former English teacher, maybe my first interim was hitting like plot sequence and narrator type. And my kids did really well with that. But my second interim assessment, I was hitting writing. And our kids are, writing is really tough for some of our students. So my interim scores are going to be a little lower because that's a little more complex for kids students.
Sure. I appreciate that context. It's very helpful. And the last question is, so this is to inform instruction, right? And to respond to what the data is telling the teacher. What does that look like and feel like? And how long does it take for a teacher to kind of get to a place where he or she are going to be able to be responsive?
So what we've tried to do is, for example, there's a 2-week interim window. So we tell teachers window opens, for example, this Tuesday, there's about 2 weeks. We've given suggested dates to the principals of the window closes the following Tuesday for our elementaries and our middle schools. That next Wednesday, it's a chance for them to unpack that data and start figuring out, okay, this is a standard where our students need additional support. Then they can then build a plan that would give them time for the following week to address it. And so that might look like, we were doing this in cabinet today. Little Geo over there, she mastered that standard. So little Geo might have an enrichment activity. So, she might be creating an extension of that plot sequence activity I spoke about. Little Marco didn't quite get it. So little Marco is gonna have to, do small group instruction with me, and we're gonna review what rising action, climax, and resolution looks like. And so we're doing different activities to address those standards for the next week before we move on to the next standard.
So it becomes almost targeted for the student. That's great. I appreciate it.
also provide them sheets for them to analyze the data so they can report back to it with their colleagues and peers. And not only with their grade level peers, but collaborate vertically to see what they can do to support each other.
And one of the great resources, at least at the high school level, is that if there's 3 of the 9th grade teachers, maybe you and I teach 9th grade and my students did really well on point of view and your students did really well on plot sequence. So I might ask you, hey, what was your lesson like? Share with me what strategy you use and I'll share with you my point of view. Or we might even split kids, right? Give me your kids that need help with what I did really well and I'll share my kids that need that support. And so we share resources and next year, I'm doing your lesson.
Right.
And you're doing my lesson, right?
That's great. That's great to hear because I was thinking like, how do we build capacity, right?
Yeah.
Instead of reinventing the wheel, this success here, just share the strategy. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras.
I think that last portion was one of the question I was gonna ask, if we already know, or if we see that the trend as far as 7th grade is concerned, are we communicating, with the high school communicating? And I think you guys just answered that as far as, are we sharing what's working, what's not working, between the high school and the junior high levels? So that, you know, we don't lose that because it does, once 9th grade hits, and I have a 9th grader right now, he wanted to just quit. Like, it was just like a hard hit reality. And he's a smart kid. It took some talking, it took some motivating to do, and he's doing well now, but it really hits hard. And I think that's where we lose
Yeah.
most of that drop.
So that's why, you kind of cued me up, Mr. Contreras. So we put these pictures in here because we wanted to talk about that piece where it says math. You see Mr. Francis, who teaches AP Calculus BC, which is the highest level of math that we offer, but you also see Mr. Kraft, who teaches math at North Park. So we now have a math articulation from middle school all the way to high school, where they can talk about how do these math practices, progress. But also when you see social sciences, I was so proud of that day because that was the first time in the history of El Rancho that we had the middle school history teachers in the same room as the high school teachers.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, what made me laugh, I shouldn't because it wasn't funny, but it was a little funny, that they said, the teachers were saying, you guys teach that? The kids said that they had never learned that before. And they're like, we're gonna go back. The high school teacher said, we're gonna go back and yell at our kids and say, you said you had never heard of this term before. So they were able to talk to each other and say, I can build on everything that you did at the middle school because now I know you're covering these things. And with the adoption that we're gonna do starting next year for the secondary social studies and structural materials, we can now have that articulation where they can say, yes, we can start talking about primary sources, right? In 6th grade, and how does that look like? What is it? And so have all of that articulation.
And as I mentioned, I think at the last meeting, we have to be really looking at the middle school level as far as getting them ready because now they're taking courses in college and they're coming into the 9th grade already with, college level courses that they're taking. So we really have to focus on that. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and that really does say a lot as far as to what we're doing. And I believe we can take those same pictures and apply it to everything else, all the other issues that we have as far as attendance, our attendance clerks talking to each other, what's working, what doesn't work in your area. There's some schools that are great in attendance and there's some schools that aren't. And just as an example with this here, so like I said, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I think this is going to be a lot of help. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Mejia.
A lot of the same questions that I had. I really appreciate the timeline. I think that's, it gives us a good snapshot of like when things are happening. But yeah, I was just gonna build upon what they had mentioned as far as you said the vertical articulation, the horizontal articulation as well. Because some schools, I know that this is district wide, but I'd be, interested in seeing site by site as well. Because yeah, you might see there that some of them are doing stronger in certain areas. And again, like you said, that's when you do the sharing. I know that the district is doing the PLCs now, and I just wondering if they have enough time to do that. I mean, I think it's key to really dig and learn from each other. So I'm hoping that is happening. The other thing is as far as, okay, so then we went to interventions, right? Tutoring. I know that, again, district-wide, it's different because, you have that tutoring program that was brought in for the elementary, at the high school level. I'm really glad that we have the prep program now, and Boys and Girls Club, which both offer it, but at the same time, we need to really make sure that the teachers are able to, teachers and parents, because some parents might not even know, right, that there's tutoring, but making sure that they get the supports that they need.
Yes.
It needs to be really, you know what I mean, so that it's maximized, that those resources are being used. But thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna respond about the PLC, and it's one of those things that it's never enough time, because it's so much, conversation that's needed, but it's certainly something that sites are doing on their Wednesdays, and in some cases, they're getting substitutes to cover the classes so that they have full days of planning, so that they can go a little deeper on it. And another thing that we really like to engage in is looking at, let's say, getting all of third grade and all of fourth grade throughout the district, so that there is some articulation, vertical articulation that way as well. So it's not just within the schools, but throughout the district. So that you get more third and fourth grade or whatever grade level teachers to have that conversation. And recently, related to intervention or acceleration, we were just partnered, we just got offered a partnership with LACO that's going to help us with acceleration, that they're going to be providing training and support to our schools. And so I think we're the only school right now that's going to be partnering with LACO in this particular piece, but it's intended to provide support to our teachers for the purposes of teaching them how can we accelerate learning for our students. And so that's something that's very just getting started, but it's something that's up and coming right now.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. So one, thank you for the presentation. I think just highlighting, because data, you said data-driven culture, which I think that's what we're aiming to. That's what we used to be, right? Before COVID, that's what this district was big on. We had a lot of schools that were very data, and so I just want to thank you, Superintendent. Walking into the classrooms, I see the learning targets, which I hadn't seen before. So I think that's key to know, what is the teacher teaching for the day? The students are clear. Again, we want to make sure, and we want to put that out there, that this district is not, a student is not a data, that they're more than that, right? Even just looking at the assessment, Common Core, like I'm looking at the math, right? My question as former math teacher is, okay, but do they know how to divide a fraction, or they don't know how to do the word problem, right? Like there's a difference between 6%, meeting data. Are they really just struggling with the Common Core factor, or is it that, just the basics piece? The iReady, I know I've talked to you about it. They are a company that they used a lot of DCPS to measure and intervention. The teacher can only do so much. Sometimes you have a lot of students. And so if we can even look into, that, I know for DCPS, iReady does all their interim assessments, and they kind of work with them for intervention. I love the math articulation from the high school to the middle school, because it's so true. Students would always, talk to each other and say, no, we didn't learn that. Yes, you did. So love that. My two questions are similar to what Mrs. Mejia was saying. How are the programs after school or summer school helping with this piece, right? Because there's a difference between a college student tutor versus the teacher. Like, how are they helping with this, helping to increase the data piece?
So we do give the opportunities to, excuse me, I know sites do offer the opportunities to teachers to tutor our students. I know unfortunately sometimes there are commitments that prevent that, but we are hoping that summer school, we do have our teachers teaching our students, because they're familiar with our curriculum, our standards, and they are professionals, like you said. They're not college students doing that. I think once they actually observe a college student do that, oh, we could do it differently, we could do it that way. And we're hoping that with them giving them the opportunity to offer tutoring before school or after school is an opportunity that they can work with our students so that they can continue to move forward.
And if I could add just one more thing about that, as recently as we've been looking at where are students after school, and what can we do to make sure that there's alignment to the support, because there's going to be some level of academic support along the way. Whether it's not all enrichment, there's some homework support or some tutoring. So is that support aligned to the learning that we're doing? Is it aligned to the things that students need to know best? And so specifically, I know that we're looking at partnering with our different partners that we have with after school care to see how can we maximize those times, because they stay after school for 3 hours a day, every single day. So how do we maximize that? They certainly need the enrichment, they certainly need the athletics, but during that time of homework or academic support, can we make sure that they are maximizing that alignment? So that's one thing that we've been talking about a lot, and looking to those very specific places that we can maximize that.
And I think, just intervention, I mean, that's where you have the biggest growth, right? Those students who are like, I don't understand what's going on, like, that is the biggest growth, intervention after school. So I'm glad that we're looking to see what is the alignment. My last question is so they have the learning targets, right? And we have the summative assessments. How are teachers assessing the daily objectives on it? Daily, weekly, like how are they assessing that piece?
So for every teacher does it a little bit differently, whether it's chapter tests, whether it's their homework, whether it's the formative assessments they use in the classroom, they're using different strategies, with the sorry, thank you, when they write. Which, thank you, Jasmine. I was just gonna tell her how she's always so close here. But they use different strategies in the classroom where they're analyzing this, seeing what the students need in the classroom. And sometimes it's not pen and paper, but just when they ask the student a question and they see that student struggling, they may know, hey, let me pull the student aside, work with them an extra 5 minutes individually to review that information with them. The quality of homework that's being turned in, teachers know what students might need more help or if they have support at home. And if they don't, that they see they might need more support at school because they don't have it at home. So there's different strategies that I think teachers use to support their students. Of course, some sites that do have instructional aides or college tutors also identify which students can work with them. They can pull students out to work with them independently or in a smaller group to make sure that they're trying to catch up in the standards that they're not meeting. And that's more at the elementary level. Secondary also offers opportunities for them to attend tutoring after school and interventions.
Thank you again for the presentation. I know it was, and thank you for putting both interim assessments. I think definitely looking forward to seeing the CAS scores. I feel like it's more, a little bit more oranges to oranges versus I know oranges to apples in this. So thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Moving on to, give me 1 second. 13 item discussion, item A, kindergarten book bag project. I need a motion, I believe, right? No, discussion. Okay, perfect. So I'll have Mrs. Mejia start this because I know you brought this to board.
Yes, so back when we had generation first degree, they always used to have a book bag giveaway for our kindergartners, and they had their little T-shirt that said, the road to college, no shit after you, begins in kindergarten. And back in 2021, I partnered up with Councilmember Camacho, back then Commissioner Contreras, and the Chamber of Commerce to fundraise so we could do a book back again, and which we did. They did, it was, I believe about 7 books. It was Ms. Gonzalez back then that was able to curate about 6 books. And I know Dr. Reno had mentioned last week that, we shouldn't only celebrate reading once a year, it's every day, right? And I really do believe that it's something great for the students to have so they can build their own library. Back when we did that in 2021, it was pandemic time and it was a drive-through. And I just have this picture of this one little girl at McGee. People were driving through, they didn't have a car. She told her mom, I want my books. They walked over and they said, we're not missing out. She wanted her books. And I love that because, that's something that was dear to her. And I think that this should be something that we do every year. And it shouldn't be brought to board. We should just do it because literacy is foundational. And I know that we fundraised back then, but we do have funds, for example, from the leases, and those are unrestricted funds. And of course, we could always ask Chamber to partner again, but we shouldn't be putting excuses as to we have to wait to fundraise. I think we should start now. And what better way to do that than for the summer again, send the kids off with books. Those are their books. And possibly bringing back that the t-shirt, the Future Dawn t-shirt for the little ones. If you give it to them at the same time, I think that would be great. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I've said that like 5 times in the last year.
Yeah, I think it'd be a wonderful tradition to bring back. And I mean, it's something that the kids had before. And I hate when we lose programs. And I'm hoping that, we can reach consensus to bring that back. And again, there is funding sources. We were told that the monies received from, the revenue received from the leases, it's unrestricted. So there's definitely funding possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Any questions or comments? Anyone?
It's just a comment. Some districts, well, which we don't have, but it's something to think about, fund this, book bag, kindergarten bag, and just book bags for different grades through their educational foundation, which, we don't have one, but, it's something to think about. Maybe there's been conversations before about, initiating one. But I like what I heard right now. It's to look at what we do have, the funding that we do have. And, from what I have seen go through this dais for approval, I certainly can see, where some of the items that have been approved could then be perhaps put to better use in a way to promote reading at the very early grades and allocate funding. It's an ongoing basis for this kindergarten book bags because kids really excites them. It really does. So it's something I would like to see return to the students.
Thank you. Mr. LaFarge, again?
Yeah, if we can launch this again, full support for sure. Do we have an idea of what it costs?
Sure, so when we did it, back there in 2021, we had a $14,000 budget.
Mhm.
I think we spent like maybe 13,000, so it was a book bag, a little sling bag, and then it was, I believe 7 books. Is that right? Mhm. And they weren't the hardcover, it was like Scholastic, which is still,
And then how many students were we able to?
back then it was 525 kinders. And I believe at that time, we did include citywide.
Yeah.
I don't know what the kinder numbers are right now.
Well, Gio, is there opportunity for us to seek funding on this?
Absolutely. So we'll work on this.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Contreras?
Just show support. It was a great effort back then, and I know if we pull together to be a great effort now. The comment was made, some people can't, on the drive-through, they weren't able to even drive up. We need to take into account that if we see these problems, we need to find solutions to these problems. I don't like to hear problems, but solutions, as well. And I think that this is maybe one of the solutions as far as reading in our scores. We talk about our scores and our reading scores and how we need to get them up. This would be our collective board effort to help get those reading scores up. As far as sponsors, we can find sponsors as we did back then, reaching out to organizations that maybe at one time helped us out in the past. I know we have connections to the number one organization that left us for what personal reasons or whatever reason they had. And then also tie this into what we did at the Reading Across America with having the high school students go back and read to them. I think that would be great. It's a win-win for everybody. So it's a great idea, and I think it definitely could be done.
Thank you. I agree. I mean, I think no one on this board I think it's a great idea. I think we should make it a priority for board. I think that's I'll check consensus in a second. My only recommendation, if we can somehow push for some of the math literacy, so maybe it's I'll donate flashcards if I need, like to build that math piece, because as we saw in elementary, that the ELA scores are high, and the math scores are a little low. So any type of math piece that we can tie into or books or some, I would love to. Yeah, I'll do flashcards. Like I will pass out and buy them all, but I want to build that math love as well. And what was the other thing was, even financially, we can afford it, but partnering with the library, partnering with the city. I know, we partnered with the unions, with the chamber. I mean, I don't know where you guys ordered it from, but I know Amazon has like a big education space, like, what maybe different companies that has an, discount so that we're not paying out of pocket would be great. But just consensus for the board with thumbs up that we will prioritize this for this year. The direction for the superintendent, is it clear?
It is, just a time frame. What are we looking at? Do we want to do this in May, late May? Is that what that would
I
be?
think the same thing that we did that one time that it was for some.
So it's for summer, so at the very end of the year.
And then if I may add, as far as so I read Pete the Cat and it had math. So yes, there's absolutely that was the book that I did with the kinders and and then and also I'm sorry, just real quick. And then at that time we didn't do this, but definitely getting some with dual language, making sure that some of the books are in Spanish for them, that is customized for them. And it was Scholastic and, Ms. Gonzalez got a great deal. She got a really great deal. That's why they were able to get so many books. Because they get a big discount and it was free shipping, I think, back then.
We know the vendor.
Yeah, so there's a vendor already.
I'm gonna go Dr. Ray, then I'll go to you, sorry.
Sorry.
Just clarification, what do we agree to do in May?
To start it, to look into, well, I think the next step would be to look, do we have funding? What's the cost? Do we have funding? Bring it back to board, make it an item and see, well, forward.
The reason why I needed clarification is because I think as a board, we need to be sensitive of the time. We are coming at the end of the, closing the year out. So this entails a lot of time and responsibilities on staff. So I think we need to be mindful of that. Perhaps our superintendent, Dr. Villegas, can let us know after you meet with your staff and cabinet. I just wouldn't want to put something without having input from our staff in terms of added responsibilities.
I don't think
Because
it.
the burden, the burden would fall more on them than on us.
Yeah,
That's my input.
We help pack the books. We want.
well, we're gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I think if we, for example, we can commit, which I think Jocan and I just talked and we would be able to commit the funding and then we can maybe to start off with, we start with the funding, we invest the $14,000 on our students. That'd probably be the biggest thing. And then we order the books and then we figure out a way to sort them and get them to students. So I think it's doable. I think especially if it becomes a community and, effort with maybe students or maybe other people, we can come together and make that happen. I think like the logistics of the long-term piece, if we were gonna get donations, we were gonna get sponsors, that would take more time.
Okay.
But if for this time around, we're looking at committing the funds and we have the funds to do that, then it's really about identifying the vendor, identifying the books that we wanna have. What's that bag gonna look like? Looking at a date and then getting teams of people to come into packaging. But I think it can be done. I mean, I'm simplifying it. So, it's not as taxing as going out and getting sponsors and having various aspects of it that would require different things. So
Okay.
I think we can.
I mean,
Right
April
on.
is volunteer month, so, sorry, really quick.
I'm good.
Okay, so consensus, thumbs up for the board?
Books and t-shirts, I just want.
Yes, as a future Dawn, we can look into that, partnering with,
That's a good way to do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it helps enrollment, let's say, it helps us.
And I like that it's not just our students, because there could be students in any place that will let them know about our schools, that type of thing.
No, I love it. All right, so moving on to item B, discussion 3B. It's gonna be a quick one. I just wanted to formalize it. And I want to give credit to Mr. LaFarga because he's actually the one that came up with the idea and I wanted to bring it to board. So currently when we do the acknowledgements and announcements, it's always the board first and then it's the superintendent. My recommendation, my ask for the board is if we are comfortable and can get consensus on moving the superintendent's comments up. And actually, Mr. LaFarga, I'll have you explain it. It was your.
There's a couple of things that I like to bring up. That's one of them. But I also think when we get to this point of our announcements and the superintendent speaking, we don't have an audience. And I think this is a community meeting in terms of the board and what we're doing. And I would want to see this when we have staff here. And I don't know the legalities of that or how this works. How we form.
Usually it's like either directly after, it's before the presentation, so usually you'll see public comment and then board and superintendent or superintendent and board and then the presentation, like the formal presentation. But there's other districts that actually even put it before the public comment. A lot of people like it, kind of after the comment, just in case there's something that you want to address, but.
Yeah, I just think there's opportunity so that our community hears us. Because, God bless our cabinet, but they're the only ones listening to us every board meeting about what we strategize around, what we participate in. But it's also to create more dialogue with our community. And I think that's an opportunity for us to shift this dynamic. And with respect to the superintendent's comments, I think, my feeling is you lead our district. right? You are our leader. You should go first and set the tone for everything that you've done and accomplished, and even share challenges and things that you're still working on to get ahead of the comments in some sense too. And just be transparent, because I feel like by the time we get to you, it's like we've said everything. And yours are really quick, and I don't think we give you that space as a leader of our district. Not us, like we as the board, the agenda doesn't give you that, that presence. So I just want our board to consider that. We don't have to decide now, obviously, but I wanted to put it out there, especially with respect to having our community in the chamber to listen to the things that we're doing, because, I don't know what our social media is and how many people are on right now, if they are, but we know as soon as we do our presentations, everybody starts trickling out over time. So I'd rather have more engagement and meaningful conversation and audience, if we could.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I would agree with what we've heard so far in terms of the rearranging of the agenda, simply because we would like for our community, I doubt very much whether half of not even half, 10% of the audience here would go home and turn the meeting on. So, yeah, I'm in support of that. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we could do consensus right now.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that as well, and I would like to hear more from the superintendent's office, to be honest with you, like from the directors, yeah, as well, I really would, and so with the community, parents. We would like to hear information. We would like to hear what's going on in the schools and as far as like what's coming up, and so I think it's a great idea.
So are we, just for the first time, are we in consensus to move, regardless of right now where we put the announcements, that the superintendent's comments should go before the board's consensus? Cool. In terms of the rearrangement of the, whether our announcements come before or after public comment, do we have any comments or feedback?
I think we're just mindful of the time because, we have the audience waiting here, so we don't prolong our comments for too long. And then that will allow our audience to be here during the comments. There was a time when I was already on the board that we had cabinet actually do their own comments on their department as well. So then we had an opportunity to hear from everybody, but I would be in support as long as we are mindful of the time so that we can get to the presentations or informational items and then our audience. Thank you.
Any other ideas? Okay, so we'll bring it back, or I'll talk to figure out the next step, but for now, moving forward, the superintendent's comments will definitely come before the boards. Joey, does that mean that it has to be till the next meeting that they have to come before? The boards are going to start now.
I don't think here's the thing, if there's nothing in the board policy, which I don't think it is, I don't think you have to change the board policy, then you can give direction to the superintendent tonight to make that flip.
Perfect. Okay, so moving on to, I'm going to switch it. So comments and reports by superintendent and cabinet, Dr. Vegas.
Well, thank you so much for that. And really, what a wonderful night we had with the cheerleaders here and really recognizing historic feat for Rancho Unified School District. I want to start by just saying I've heard comments about safety today, and I know it's something that we have been struggling with in terms of personnel, and but just in terms of a quick update, we do have, and thanks to the board, we were able to approve the senior SSO's positions just recently, and those positions have flown, and we do have applicants, so viable applicants, and they're going to be testing this week, which puts us in a great position to hopefully by the next board meeting, we can bring some names to the board for approval to begin immediately. And those are going to be on-site individuals that are going to be with at each of the secondary schools, 8 hours a day. And I think that's gonna help us quite a bit. We also, I'm gonna be looking into making sure we move forward with what other openings we have and looking at different options. Interestingly enough, someone mentioned to look at different places to advertise. Just today, Jacana was in the room when I mentioned this to the HR person. We need to look at different places to advertise, as has been said and tried, but we want to try it again and be more successful with that. I just want the community to know that we are moving forward with that and comments have been heard and we're gonna act on it. Yesterday, we had a visit from this county superintendent, Dr. Duardo. She visited Rivera Elementary, Rivera Middle, and the high school. Had a great time. And really, I got a text from her today, and she was very complimentary. I mean, she was very complimentary yesterday, but she talked about, just how wonderful it was to visit the schools and visit the campuses and to see our students. And at the high school, what we did with her is we were able to have the student advisory come and speak to her and ask questions, and she asked questions of them. Then we had a simulation podcast where we sat and we talked about artificial intelligence, and we talked about, some of the things that are students that think about right now these days. And so it was a very robust conversation, very real, and she was very, very complimentary about the things that are happening at Rancho Unified School District. I got an email just this week that I was invited to go to West Point. And West Point, the reason I was invited was because they want to see about creating a pipeline from our students to West Point. So if all goes well, I'll be just an overnight trip. I'll be going on a Sunday night, coming back on a Tuesday to get up-to-date information about what does it take for our students to go to West Point? How do we make that happen? And what are the types of things that we can do for our students coming in so we start to have a pipeline of students that prepare themselves if they choose to go to West Point, what an honor that is. And so not everyone gets a chance to do that. Spring break is coming up next week, really looking forward to that. But when we come back, it's going to be a very important time of the year for our students because within about 25 days when we come back, we're going to be testing. Every student in the state of California is going to be taking that CASP test from third and on. And so I'm going to be asking all our students to be in school every single day, not only in the testing days, but now so that they can prepare for what's up and coming. They know a lot of things. They've learned a lot of things. Teachers have prepared them very well. You want to make sure that they show what they know. And that's going to be our model. Show what you know. You're going to hear that over and over. And we're going to be pushing that forward, coming forward. You mentioned learning targets. I am so proud of our teachers. You're going in the classrooms, you're seeing learning targets every single classroom, which means it's just like the GPS. You put the GPS destination, where are you going? That's where we're going. Everyone in that room knows where we're going. And that's really powerful because if you know where you're going, you have a better chance of getting there. And so that's what we're doing. And so again, I'm really looking forward to all the great things that are happening right now. And certainly I'll be giving you an update on those SSOs when we come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vegas. So we'll do board announcements. We'll start this way, Dr. Marino.
Excuse me. You know what? Jaconda had something that we needed to get at. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'll be quick. First of all, thank you for approving for our food services director, Mrs. Saavedra, to attend Las Vegas. She sent me pictures of, she's hanging out with she's learning about crust, pizza crust. She's hanging out with the Pillsbury boy. And she's getting her steps as part of the wellness. So the show is the size of 2 football fields. And so she's doing a great job and she's been reporting back. I also want to let you know that we have placed the order for the playground equipment for this summer. And so we're on schedule and we're really excited about all of that. All of the schools provided their feedback, the colors, and we try to create some uniformity, but we understand that each of the schools have their own unique identity. And last but not least, we're expecting DSA approval for the MPRs, and we'll be providing more information to you about how we can do this, and we're very excited. I just invited Dr. Villegas to be part of approving the color selection that each school has reviewed and the design so that we could, it's the color boards and you've seen it. We presented that previously to you. So we just need to finalize what everything's going to look like. And we'll be having a meeting with Westbrook White next Thursday at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. Dr. Marino?
I want to start by wishing Mr. Lafarga a very happy birthday tomorrow. And yes, it's been a very wonderful evening indeed with, our presentation here. And like Mr. Jenna said earlier, this is his second home and this is my second home, and this is why we care and we're still here. And I know that Senator Archuleta will be so happy to hear about your travel, visit to West Point. He indeed his heart is there as well. I also had the opportunity to visit the 3 schools along with Dr. Eduardo. And as we were in our conversations, you also kept mentioning all these great things that are happening here. And of course, she's aware of of all the great work that our kids and staff are doing. So I just kept putting it out there, it would be very nice if we have some of these accomplishments featuring our next LACO newsletter. And she said she would, right? And she had her chief of staff, Daisy, her last name escapes me, but Dr. Villegas is going to follow up with her. So we definitely will be seeing more of all of the wonderful events in the LACO newsletter. I mean, we see it all the time from other districts, but I said, hey, we have so much more to offer as well. So yeah, she was definitely very impressed with the caliber of work that is happening here in our districts. I just want to real quickly mention something that great things are happening here in our district, and I know there's room for growth here. And I know that just having heard the report on the interim assessment data, we still have work to do. But I know we'll get there because we, in the past, have risen to the challenge. Lastly, I just want to say that along with the great things that are happening here, I want to personally congratulate Giovanni Cabrera for being accepted to Caltech. Not only was he accepted to UCLA, but he was accepted to Caltech. And I want to say this tonight to our wonderful teaching staff. You are creating the scholars of tomorrow. And, what a great honor. So congratulations to Giovanni, but congratulations to all of our students that will be going on to college and to their careers indeed. I just want to close with wishing everyone a beautiful spring break, and please take the time to relax and on a well-deserved vacation, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marino. Mr. Lafarga?
I'll be brief. I think, as we do make great progress on a lot of fronts, let's just continue to be mindful of the challenges that we are facing as a district, which safety, of course, came up today quite a bit. And it's been a challenge for us, but I think if we keep our minds focused on the right outcomes we want to have, we'll get there as a district. So just want to let the community know that that's the hard work that ahead of us to get to a better place with respect to safety in our district. I'm glad we're doing a resolution in honor of Cesar Chavez Day, and I just wanted to read one of his quotes that I think does reflect the work that we do in our educational community. And so it says, "The end of all knowledge must be the building of character. We cannot seek achievement for ourselves and forget about progress and prosperity for our community. The fight is never about grapes or lettuce. It's always about people." With that, I'd like to wish everybody a wonderful spring break and decompress, get some rest, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Lafarga. Mr. Contreras?
Yes, thank you. And also, like to start with, in light of what was said today as far as safety is concerned, I hear you, and I will continue to fight. I was placed on this board and put on this board by the people in the community, and safety is always at the forefront for them and for myself. And one of the quotes that one of our cheerleaders said, Miss Kayla Roman, which I like. I had never heard before. It said, head up in failure and head down in success. So I will continue to fight for safety in our school. So thank you. I'd like to wish the academic decathlon good luck as they move on to state. I believe it's from March 22nd through 24th in Santa Clara. I'd like to wish them very good luck. And Mr. Giovanni was mentioned. He is also on the academic decathlon. And good luck to each and every student athlete, because they consider themselves decathletes on the academic decathlon team. I've been to some of their events, and I wish them well. I would like to also wish happy birthday for tomorrow for Mr. La Parra. I hope you enjoy your day. Also, I would not be able to go home if I don't wish my wife a happy birthday, which is tomorrow as well. So happy birthday to you, babe. I love you. I'll be home soon. And I would like to also wish a happy spring break to everybody. Hope everybody enjoys their week off, and wish everybody a feliz dia de Pascua. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Mrs. Mejia?
Yes, definitely. Happy birthday, fellow Pisces, and also to Miss Patty, best salsa leader ever. So I'll be brief as well. March is Arts Education Month, and Congresswoman Linda Sanchez has her annual contest. Just public service announcement, if you would like to note. The artwork is due by Thursday, April 11th at her office. And also the city of Pico Rivera is also doing a utility art box program. And the deadline to submit that artwork is by March 21st at 5 p.m. You've already seen some of them, around the city, but this is their final one. So it'd be great if some of our students can get involved in that. And yesterday I was able to attend the PTO meeting at Rancho High School. Kudos to Ms. Saavedra for bringing back that much needed PTO. She's doing a great job, and she had a prep program presentation. And it's really neat to see all the programs that they're offering at El Rancho High School. They have barista, they collab with the school library to do, coffee and a book. Cosmetology, esports, and esports are doing with surrounding schools and even up at Salazar as well. The college field trips, I know that some of the stuff Mr. Vader mentioned as well, but I wasn't aware that they were going to San Diego, Santa Barbara. I mean, they're doing great things, and tutoring, which is really great. I also want to commend the IB students. They did the El Rancho High School grab and go, which is great. It was part of their maybe capstone project, and that's great. I really think that that's it was something that I know that students want to do as well with the Social Justice Club. So I'm hoping that we're able to do something. It was mentioned at the PTO meeting as well. Parents want to do the food pantry and have something for clothing drive as well, but something permanent. And I know that El Rancho High School is doing the application for the community schools as well. So maybe it could be tied into that. With that, that concludes my comments. Just wish everyone a happy Easter and a restful spring break.
Thank you. Also, just echoing what, again, congrats to the cheer team. Loved having them here and bring that spirit and that recognition to our district. Same with safety. We hear you. And I'm glad that Dr. Bays provided some updates. We're on it. So I'm hoping that the next time we meet, we have more updates on that. So Monday I had the WASTA meeting, and the one thing that came out, so some of you attended in the fall, the social we had with Janice Hahn as well. And we're thinking of doing it. So May 30th, we'll send out formal invites, but please have that date on your calendar, hopefully open in the afternoon. More than likely it will take place in Whittier. And right now we're toying around with some ideas of maybe the theme of the event was to highlight 2 community members out of every district. So we're playing with that idea. But again, May 30th, please have that and I'll send reminders. Thank you today to our principal, South Ranchito, just walking around the classroom, seeing the students, the dual language piece, the fact that the Spanish and English is just so important. So thank you. And then again, happy birthday again, Mr. LaFarga. We'll sing at the end because he's excited for that. But I just, again, same message every time. Please take next week for all of you, right? Not just the staff, students, cabinet, everybody just really enjoy spring break. Happy Easter for those of you who celebrate, and have a good night. Okay, I don't even know why I turned off my mic. All right, moving on to number 16, consent agenda. Can I get a motion?
Second.
So moved by Mr. LaFarga, seconded by Dr. Moreno. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Go ahead. Oh. Moving on to new business action items. Item A, superintendent's zero post, sorry. New business items, superintendent's office. Item A, adopt resolution number 41, 2023-2024, and recognition of Women's History Month. Doctor, will you be reading, Gia? Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you. I will be reading the recognition of Women's History Month. Whereas Women's History Month is a celebration of women's contributions to history, culture, and society, and has been observed annually in the month of March in the United States since 1987. And whereas Women's History Month is a dedicated month to reflect on the often overlooked contributions of women to the United States history, from Abigail Adams to Susan B. Anthony, Sojourner Truth to Rosa Parks, the timeline of women's history milestones stretches back to the founding of the United States. And whereas throughout the history, whether in their homes, in their workplaces, in schools, in the courts, or during wartime, women have fought for themselves, their lives, and all people of the United States. And whereas women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions. And whereas women have been and continue to be leaders in the forefront of social change efforts, business science, government, math, art, literature, music, film, athletics, and other fields. And whereas women now represent approximately half of the workforce of the United States, and were once routinely barred from attending medical schools and turned away from law school. And whereas since the American Revolution, women have been vital to the mission of the armed forces, with more than 200,000 women serving on active duty and 2 million women veterans representing every branch of service. And whereas throughout history, despite hardship, exclusion, and discrimination, women have strived and sacrificed for equity and equality in communities across the country. But despite the progress being made, women and girls, especially women and girls of color, still face systemic barriers to full participation and wider gaps in opportunity and equality. And now therefore be it resolved, as we reflect on the achievement of women and girls across the centuries and pay tribute to the pioneers who paved the way, let us recommit to the vision of a more equal society. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education of the El Rancho Unified School District hereby recognizes and celebrates Women's History Month as a time to reflect on the many notable contributions that women have made. Adopted by the El Rancho Unified School District Governing Board of Education in Pico Rivera, California, by resolution number 41-2023-2024 on this 19th day of March 2024.
Thank you, Jenny. Correct. Did I get a motion?
Not yet.
Not yet, right? Okay, sorry. I skipped that. Sorry. Can I get a motion for the item?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Moreno, seconded by Mrs. Mejia. Thank you. Thank you, Jill, for reading that. Any comments? No. Thank you to all the women here. And thank you to the men who are allies. And so thank you for recognizing that. So moving on to item 2, adopt resolution number 42, 2023-2024 in recognition of Cesar Chavez Day. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Mejia, seconded by Mr. LaFarga. Dr. Vegas, who will be reading this one?
He said I'll be reading it tonight.
Thank you and good evening. I'm pleased to read the resolution in honor of the legacy of Cesar Chavez, a champion of workers' rights and civil rights, whose impact continues to inspire us all. So, the El Rancho Unified School District Resolution number 42-2023-2024 in honor of Cesar Chavez. Whereas Cesar Chavez was a tireless advocate for the rights of farm workers and champion of social justice, dedicating his life to the betterment of the lives of those who toiled in the fields. Whereas Cesar Chavez co-founded the United Farm Workers, UFW, an organization that fought for fair wages, decent working conditions, and dignity for farm workers across the United States. Whereas Cesar Chavez employed nonviolent tactics such as strikes, boycotts, and fasting to draw attention to the plight of farm workers and effect change in labor practices. Whereas Cesar Chavez's leadership and advocacy led to the significant improvements in the lives of farm workers, including the establishment of labor rights, health and safety regulations, and increased wages. Whereas Cesar Chavez's legacy continues to inspire individuals and communities to fight for social justice, equality, and the right of workers everywhere. Whereas Cesar Chavez's birthday, March 31st, is recognized as a state holiday in California and several other states, serving as a day of remembrance and celebration of his life and contributions. Therefore, be it resolved that the El Rancho Unified School District hereby recognizes and honors the legacy of Cesar Chavez and his contributions to the labor movement and social justice. Be it further resolved that El Rancho Unified School District encourages the teaching of Cesar Chavez's life and work in our schools so that future generations may learn from his example and continue to fight for justice and equality. Be it further resolved that El Rancho Unified School District declares March 31st as Cesar Chavez Day and encourages all members of our community to observe this day by engaging in acts of service, reflection, and solidarity with workers, adopted on this 19th day of March 2024.
Thank you, Mrs. Castillo. We have to go back to the last item. Sorry, that was my apologies. We have to vote, sorry, on the resolutions. So going back, sorry, to the previous item for the recognition of Women's History Month. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item 2. Any comments? No. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item, thank you, Mrs. Castillo. Item 3, adopt resolution number 43, 2023-2024 school board candidate statement. Dr. Villegas. Oh, sorry. Can I get a motion?
So, second.
Moved by Dr. Marino, second by Mrs. Mejia. Do we need to read anything?
No, this is just procedural, related to the election.
Okay, perfect. Any comments or questions? No. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item 4, approve the appointment of 2 board members to serve on the Guiding Coalition Subcommittee. Can I get a motion? Second. Moved by Mr. LaFarga, seconded by Mrs. Mejia. Opened up. I'll start with you, Dr. Reyes.
Yes, so as you know, we've been working on the strategic planning, vision, mission, and looking at the profile for students, graduate profile. And so as we continue with that work, we want to have a subcommittee of 12 individuals, which would include 2 teachers, 2 administrators, 2 cabinet members, 2 board members, a parent and superintendent, to take us to the next level. So we're looking at the selection of 2 board members to be part of that subcommittee, to be able to engage in that conversation and go to the next level.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Are there any nominations or any interests?
Just questions,
Yeah.
if I may.
Yeah.
How many meetings?
Initially, we are looking at 2 meetings. And there would be one we're looking at having on April 3rd. And then the next one would then be decided upon at that meeting, so that we could, based on the committee's availability, but it would be hopefully no longer than 2 weeks after that.
In the evening?
In the evening, yeah. Hopefully it would be we're looking at that first one from 4 to 5:30 because there are open houses that night and so, some of us maybe want to attend the open houses that start at 5:30.
Are those, are those, sorry, your question?
And I'm sorry, can you repeat how many? You said 12 and it's 2 teachers, 2 administrators?
2 teachers, 2 administrators, 2 board members, 2 cabinet members, a parent, the superintendent, and I think that's 10, right? There would be classified, there's 2 classified as well.
My comment, I think that there should be parity, there should be 2 parents and not just 1 parent.
And we, I thought you might say that, so I made that recommendation to Dr. Lilly, and so that would just make it 13 people. I think that would be fine. I'm gonna recommend that as well.
Thank you.
Is there
Sorry,
gonna be
Mr.
voting done by the steering committee?
I think there'll be some level of voting coming to consensus on looking at, the work that's being done. So there'll be some level of selection. So yeah, there'll be some, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Sorry, I know you,
Nomination.
okay, yeah. Are you interested in nominating?
I'm interested in nomination.
We have to, how does that, okay. Joey, you gotta correct.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
And then what you'll do is that once you have the two nominees and the board will just vote that you approve those two.
Okay. So we have the first nominee, Mr. LaFarga. Is anyone else interested?
I'll go, I'll volunteer.
Dr. Moreno? Are we okay with board consensus, Dr. Moreno and Mr. LaFarga as the representatives for the committee?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I do have a comment or a suggestion or a recommendation, whichever you would prefer. One is that the board receive a summary after the meetings, so we know what's happening. And then also, I didn't hear anything about core values, and that was part of the strategic plan as well.
Yeah, so this particular piece is gonna look at the learner profile, specifically to tease that part out. The core values, we're hoping that we can come back, because that's gonna be something that's gonna be done by the whole board. And so the entire board, so it would be done in the type of workshop that we've done in the past, when we've kind of looked at setting the goals for the year. We would be spending time developing the core values, so that's outside of the guiding coalition. It would just be with the board.
Yeah, and just my last comment would be as far as the timeline again. If you can give us an update when it would be finalized. Yep.
Okay, so can I get a motion to appoint Mr. LaFarga and Dr. Moreno as the committee members?
So move.
And a second?
Second.
First moved by Dr. Moreno, seconded by Mrs. Mejia. Do I have to take, can we just do an aye? Oh, okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Perfect, 5-0. Moving on to item 18, recommendations for future agenda items. Are there any items that are, Esther?
Yes, I have three. One, if we can get Prop 28 information. I know that plans do not have to be approved by the board, but I think it'd be good for the community to know what the plans are district-wide. And that's for the arts. And then the second one is
Sorry,
recommending.
so is it an information, like a board update, or you want it brought to the board meeting?
It could be information. Yeah,
Information,
I
okay.
think it's good for the community and also an information item.
And I'll second that. Sorry, second one.
Thank you. And then my second item is recognizing Ms. Billy Saavedra for her Woman of the Year recognition after she gets recognized by Assemblymember Calderon.
Sir, I think we have that on the calendar, if that's okay. I think, and I can share the date. It's on the calendar things. I know we added it, I believe, the last board meeting, so we'll update it. We'll provide it.
Well, you know what, well, I don't know what we considered, when does Lisa Calderon recognize her? Because I don't know if our timeline is before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we'll have to look at what that timeline is at, because I do believe that it's probably at the next board meeting that we had lined up, so maybe we'll need to.
We'll adjust it.
We'll adjust it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, next.
Yeah, the next one is if we can get it's information items for our emergency operating center. I know that safety was brought up and it could be good for the community to know where we're at with that. I know that you were thinking of a location possibly, and just the community can get an update.
Is that so that's a board like a information item? Okay. Any other items?
I have.
Ms. Residence?
I just want to get an information item also on Aries and how it works in relation to I guess Aries within itself, because there's a lot of confusion between parents as far as grades and the attendance is concerned, and it causes a lot of headaches, not only at home with the parent, between the parent and the student, but also at school with the having to explain to the parent that no, your student is here and the information has not been inputted, or no, your student does not have an F. I just haven't inputted the information, and it's causing a lot of distress, both at our district and also at home in regards to at home. Some instances that were explained to me where students were not allowed to participate in extracurricular school activities because their grades showed that they were getting an F, when in reality they really weren't. It was just a misunderstanding that whether the teacher had failed to input or had not inputted the actual grade. So I feel that, our students and parents, it's causing a lot of bad negative, communication between the parents and the students at home. And the same thing with attendance, in receiving the text, when students, fail to, be in class when they really were. So I'd like to get, if possible, a better understanding of how Aries works, and if there's possibility, to be able to fix those type, to be able to avoid, that discussion at home, and also the loss of time with, clerks having to explain, no, your student was really here, and the loss of time with the teachers of having to explain, no, they did do their test, or I just haven't had time to input it type thing. So I'd like to see if I can get a better understanding, and also what we can do to help improve Aries.
Just to clarify, so you want an information item for a board meeting or just a board update?
Just an update if possible.
And I'll second that one.
Might be here's some button that teachers please click when grading is completed. And if the teacher hasn't inputted all the assignments, they wouldn't mark grading as completed. So that would be kind of like if your child doesn't have a grade, it would show grading is not completed, the teacher hasn't. If the teacher hasn't marked that.
So the way it was explained to me was, if there's a test scheduled for that day, so Aries has that information already, and the test is taken, and the teacher does not input, obviously, the test that day, the results, it reports as an F or an incomplete. So when the parent, and I've gotten straight Fs from my kids, and I've told them what's going on. And then they have to explain to me, see, but it creates that negative dialogue of, why do I have to explain that to him? Or why does my son have to explain, or my daughter have to explain that to me? And it creates that unwanted tension, both at home and also at the office, when we're calling to see why, my daughter wasn't in school the first 3 periods, and she shows in school the last 3 periods. So there's a lot of misinformation that we're sending out to our parents, and it's causing a lot of distress, and it's causing a lot of lost time, because now those clerks have to be on the phone, they have to be explaining, now they're transferring the phone to their supervisor because they don't want to hear from them. And now we're asking the teachers, why haven't they inputted the information? So there's a lot of lost time.
The second issue might be teachers to submit a text.
But it's not being done.
So I'm just gonna
yeah,
interject.
I don't-
If we can make a board update or maybe a meeting between to see how we can close the gap in this communication, if that's okay.
Well, I mean, I think it's very important, more than just a one-on-one meeting. I want to find out what we can do to help improve it.
So you want a board item and information?
If it's possible, and if I can get a second on that, because I think
Second.
as far as attendance is concerned, again, we state the problem, but we never state any solutions, any possible solutions to it. So I want solutions. I don't want
Yes.
to hear the problems.
I just want to make sure that we're not discussing it now, but we'll bring that to a board agenda, which makes more sense to me, and we'll get more clarification for that piece. Any other items, Dr. Marino?
This is really not a board agenda item because it is not the board, who will be discussing it, but just a recommendation to our superintendent and CSEA. We have the MOU for the district and chief of police that there should be a conversation to update it. Certainly the dynamics have changed here. We now, in 2003, we did not have an SRO. We didn't have that relationship, the connection to the sheriff's department. So I think that perhaps it's time to visit this MOU again. And if any changes are needed, then that would be the time to do it. So obviously it's not a board agenda item, but just a recommendation if my colleagues are in agreement.
So make information, just a board update information. Here,
If
status.
if it's possible, because what I see here, the structure has changed.
That's a union.
No, this is why I was very clear. It is not for the board. It is just a recommendation. The decision is between the superintendent and the union, definitely not the board.
Any other items?
No, not for me.
All right.
No, wait. that, we don't need a second on that.
No,
It's just
because
a
it won't-
recommendation, but if the board is not in agreement, then I'm only one person. And
I
I don't
think-
give orders as a person.
I think echoing what the board, this is out of our,
I think it's a comment that's made.
Yeah.
Well, it's really a comment that perhaps our CSEA would want to think about and our superintendent. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, because now I realize what she was saying here, is that there was an MOU from 20 years ago or so.
That's it.
That was between the district and
CSEA.
CSEA. And under the PERB law, MOUs can only last, like agreements can only last a certain number of years, like 3 years or so. So the MOU actually is not a current, we can't see it as a current MOU. So if there's an idea that there needs to be some further discussion, and again, I don't know if it's in the purview of negotiations or not, but I just, to the extent that there's a belief that MOU is currently active, I don't think legally we did.
And it would have to be definitely part of the negotiations, maybe not the current negotiations, but, in addition to, and once I identified that existed, and there was a belief that that was, kind of the guiding document, we knew we needed to have some conversations.
I'm sorry, I do have one more item if I may. So just along those lines, so getting all the MOUs, a request for information, getting all the MOUs that are current to the board, please, if I may have a second.
That's it.
Really quick, going back to the Prop 28, you want that as a board agenda item or just in the board update? Sorry, just,
It's a board agenda item.
okay,
It's information.
okay, thank you. All right, before we end, we have to sing happy birthday to Mr. LaFarga. Yes, we do.
Yes, we would like.
All right, so on the count, we're gonna sing happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Love it, Dr. LaFarga.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy, oh, you have to say, dear. Happy birthday to you. All right, moving on to item 19, adjourning the board meeting of education at 9:22 p.m. Can I get a motion? Second, moved by Dr. Marino, seconded by Mrs. Mejia. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Perfect. 5-0. Have a great night. Have a great spring break.
You're all welcome to
Spring break. That's Friday, right?
So here.
Yes.
Are you?
Yeah.